Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble! Get ready to rumble!
Pump up the jam, yo, pump it up, yo, pump it.
Y'all ready for this?
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. Give it up, go.
Welcome to the base.
Y'all ready for this?
Pump up the jam, pump it up while your feet are stumping. And the jam is pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor. See, 'cause that's where the party's at, and you find out if you do that. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. I want a place to stay. Get your booty on the floor tonight, make my day. Pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump up the jam, pump it up, up.
Finds it to 25, breaks a couple of tackles. Headlock on go! Headlock on go! He could go all the way!
Hey you, get out of our way because today is the day we will put you away.
It's fun to stay in the YMCA. It's fun to stay in the YMCA. They have everything for your men to enjoy. You can hang out with all the boys.
Let's get ready to rumble! Get ready to rumble!
Pump up the jam, yo, pump it up, yo, pump it.
Aggressive, be aggressive.
Simply and wicked.
Everybody get up.
So they can switch. Murray's got 12 here in the fourth. Defender falls. LeBron free. Rebound by Porter. Denver with the timeout. We are tied.
I love it. Don't call it. Tie ball game. Worst can happen. We go to overtime.
Murray makes a move. Game's on. The Nuggets have won.
We talked about no timeout here. Jamal Murray with the step back over the 7-footer Anthony Davis, calling game.
Reds, we've been calling for the mid-range the whole time to get him back on track.
He hit 2 of them, got some layups, hit 2 more. The last 2 biggest shots of the game were mid-range shots from Murray. Was 9 of 24 in game 1. 9 of 24 in game 2.
Woo! Y'all know I had to. Cover your eardrums. Cover your ears right now. Let's go! What? You saw it, you know it. I don't want to get banned again from freaking YouTube for showing the clip. If you didn't see it, go watch my freaking YouTube or whatever. Go find it. Money. Someone was looking a little bit more like 23, and I'm talking MJ, than someone that was wearing 23 last night. Fade away. In the corner. Last second. Buzzer goes off. What? Woo! Woo! Let me tell you something. LeBron, too, with that little bit of elbow. Now, I know I was acting on the defensive player, but if you saw that beforehand, it reminded me of what? Jordan in 98. But Jordan in 98 got a little closer to the hole and sunk it. LeBron LeBricked it. Oh, it was great. And LeBron was playing great till then. It was. Well, I say great, but pretty good. But boy, when all the marbles were on the line, clank, brick, clickety clink clank. Wide open clank. Jamal Murray, 7-foot all-star that's going to the freaking Olympics on him. Seekums in the corner, bottoms. Oh, and the play before that, LeBrickajamius was on him. Bottoms to tie the game. I'll take Jamal Murray. If he ain't on the Olympic squad, I don't know if he is. I don't know how the hell he ain't. He should immediately replace LeBron James. LeBum should be off. And just bring in Jamal in the fourth quarter if we need him. Oh, it felt so good last night. And this morning watching it again, I was going berserkos. Berserkamus. Watching it again. What you want? Oh, it was so dope watching the 20-point comeback. It's always good when the flop. There we go, right? Oh, I loved it. Hoops, what's up, baby boy? The facts. Hey, he's a great player, for sure. LeBron is. But it's like, you aren't just I'm done with the whole, how can anyone say, what? Here's the people that are so adamant to his super fan club, man, I just don't get it. Absolutely don't get it. I don't know how it's not more like a Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. Yeah, he's good. He was really great. He ain't the GOAT. It's just not the GOAT. It just ain't even close, okay? And I know he's old, but I'm just saying this what this whole career is, though. How many game-winning shots he got? He's passing it off to Ray Allen for a 3-point win against the Spurs. Don't let me go. Don't even let me keep going. Let me know when he scores 3,000 in a season. Oh, yeah, he'll never do that. Let me know when he gets offensive and defensive player in the same season. Never will do that. Let me know when he gets 2 3-peats with the same team. Oh, that's right. He jumps around too much. He never will do that. Don't even get me started. Anyway, bring up the Bulls, 3-point shoot. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, no. Yeah, exactly, low chip, right? I'm not even going to get to that. And then what if that was a part of the game back in the day, which we all know it wasn't? The 3-point shot just wasn't the game. Like, I talk about this all the time, and so do Arkansas Razorback fans. Go look up a guy named Scotty Thurman. This guy shot like 40% from the 3-point line, no lie, in his college career. Didn't even get drafted. Would have been an Arsenalist this day and age. No one would have skipped a beat on Scotty Thurman. He hit the game-winning shot against the Duke Blue Devils in the 1994 championship game. It's iconic. Kid could kill a 3. 40% back in the 90s? 40% in the 90s was lights out. Didn't get drafted. Didn't even go to the NBA. Coaching now, but nowadays he would be all done. He would have his spot, make 12, 15 points a game, have his 3 or 4 threes. It just wasn't the NBA back then. So imagine if it was now, what Michael would shoot. Who cares? He wouldn't even worry about it like me. He's like, guess what? I got this thing called small caps. I just worry about those daily, and I just kill. Wide open. He was wide open, and I know it was a little bit, he kind of, momentum, it was like Jordan 98. There was a little bit of elbow, a little bit of contact to create the room. Now, again, the defender acted and threw himself down. That's fine. Now he's wide open. Now it's on the Nuggets if he misses it. I mean, he even had Russell, he had to play almost like had someone doing this. Like, nope, ain't no one around him. Russell, if you go back and look at the replay, because I watched it like 30 times, Russell literally, after the dude fell, because he was making sure there wasn't a foul, he kind of looked around, but it almost looks like he's like, nope, you ain't getting LeBron. He's going to have about 8 feet of space here. He was, again, I will say, he was looking great, but when it counts most, the game's tied. This is your last time to probably shoot it, bro. You had the steal and the dunk. That was dope. He had the foul. He was playing hard. He came up until the last moment. So again, that's it's like, that's the thing. It's like, it almost reminds you of like that movie where he had, almost. You almost had it. 24 with yes, blown. Yes, I agree with you. Both of you 0 to, yeah. But it's even more crazy when they say Kobe isn't LeBron. Oh yeah, for sure. Hey, it is what it is, man. It's just going to be one of those things where they move on down the line, and hopefully Michael can maintain that. But at some point, he's better, because they'll never have seen Michael and what he was. Even if they, luckily they did The Last Dance in the COVID, 24 years ago. That literally just came out 4 years ago. The Last Dance that they put on ESPN. So all the youngsters that really didn't get to see that 7-part series really get to see who Michael was. Not only how he played, but like his demeanor. And how everyone was like, it was like he was like Tiger Woods before Tiger Woods, right? Where it was like that, everyone was scared to face him. Like if he killed you, he owned you. And if you said something to him, you said something to the wrong person. Let me tell you right now. And no one's like that. You can say something to LeBron, he ain't going to all of a sudden go off for 50. Like there's that story I see so much on TikTok, blah, blah. But point one of the big stories, but there's many of these where like they're down like 10 or 12. Michael's like 2 of 12 for the game, not having a great game. Someone says something in the fourth quarter, some guy that's not that great, that's off the bench and having a good game, and Michael's like, and everyone on the team's like, you didn't just say something to Michael, did you? You didn't just do that, did you? You didn't just wake up the damn monster. And the next thing you know, Jordan's got like 37 points and they win by like 10. It's like, oh man. Thoughts on Sisu? I think Sisu's still going to be alive. And my other one that we talked about, not my other one, but the one that we've kind of been looking at, NIVF. These plays are on watch. NIVF, if it cracks 250, it's still on watch down to where? Boom, shakalaka, the VWAP and old resistance equals new support, which would be right around the 230 area. Now let's go back to Sisu, number one top gain on the day. Pretty low float as well. Shim, what does Shim did? Was shimming our way up? Okay, low float. It's just very low volume. Volume 250,000 shares traded. Abort. Don't leave it, or leave it alone. Sisu's good unless it cracks 8. So right now, I would say Cousin Greg. Now we're working our way back up to where? To me, the main resistance is right there, right around this 8 or 935 mark, with support at 865, 875 area, and then we have support again down at 8, not 790. If that $790, $8 area cracks, it's done. It'll definitely most likely fall off. Right now, of course, I don't think Sisu has any news, if I'm not mistaken. It typically, though, does kind of hold its gains if it goes up. If you go back and look, there's not any upper shadows. Now, yes, there's red days, but that's because we gapped up. That's not because we started low and went up. Days we start low and go up, Sisu holds its gains. It's very few and far between stock that does it, but it does hold its gains. So keep your eye on that with Sisu. Boop, bop. All right, here, out of here. Anyway. So Sisu, over this 935 mark, do be aware of this upper shadow at around 985. So essentially it's got $10 resistance, but then after $10 resistance, it's 10.15. At that area is going to be tough. 10 to 10.15, and then over that boss, then you've got room up to right around right here at around the 10.60 area. So levels are marked for Sisu. Yep, and there you go, boss. So that I would say wait for this. Again, don't want that trend to crack either. If with Sisu, that trend line now is getting close to being at least 30 minutes long. So watch for that trend line to crack. Now, it's not major, again, so it's not like I don't think it's just going to boop and kill it. Now, we've seen those before, for sure, but it just doesn't happen all the time when you get to this point in the day, Mo, there you go. Yeah, I don't know if I don't know who, I'd have to go down through the line. I don't know who I'd do as number 2. I'd have to go to dominance. There'd be so many names. I love Kobe a lot, but I feel like it would be like A1, A2. I would probably, I don't know if I'd put Kobe 2. I don't know who I'd put as 2. Because Shaq was so dominant, and there's just really has never been anyone like Shaq. No, like you put Shaq back, you put Shaq in Wilt Stays, You put Shaq in like what's any day, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You put Shaq with obviously Bill Russell. He's gonna kill Bill Russell. He's gonna make Bill Russell look like a you know what. Even Wilt Chamberlain, like those guys were like thin poles. Shaq was literally a diesel, called the diesel for a reason. So, and it depends on what rules you use. He's just one of those guys that you put him in. You put any other center, all genres or all eras, and you put him in the 80s and 90s when it was kind of tough and rough and they didn't call a lot. There's not another center stopping Shaq besides. I mean, maybe at like once he got to his 2000 level is my point. Once he learned how to use footwork, like 2000 Shaq. Once he like not 90 early 90s Shaq where he was just using his size. Once he learned how to use footwork and shoot, like with his soft hands he had, I would put him above, which did put him in his place in the early 90s. Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem to me was the best, at that joint moving in with Patrick Ewing, but then I think Shaq was definitely better than both of those guys. You go with Wilt Chamberlain. He's going to out-rebound Wilt Chamberlain's ass. Now, Wilt Chamberlain's going to try to use his finesse, and same with Bill Russell. Forget it. He's too little. Bill Russell ain't got a chance. Wilt Chamberlain and maybe Kareem Abdul-Jabbar would be the only two that I would think because they have the brain to maybe use finesse. But Shaq 2000 Shaq, 2003 Shaq, that 2000 they're like unstoppable. Absolutely insane numbers in the finals too. Kobe was too, but Michael was just crazy. The pure assassin. He was the pure assassin. There's more stories about Michael Jordan. Like Kobe doesn't have this story. Michael Jordan, 1992 Olympics, went out and played 18 holes of golf with Daly, the coach, Charles Barkley. I forgot who the fourth player was. I think I'm not. Actually, it was David Robinson because I'm like David Robinson's tall ass playing golf. I'm pretty sure it was him. Didn't like the way he played. Went out and played 18 more, and they're like, Michael, we have a game tonight, right? And he was like, yeah, I know. I'll be there. Played 18 more holes of golf. Plays 36 holes of golf, first off. And they was probably smoking cigars and probably had some drinks. Then has a game that night. And when he shows up, he's like, yo, point guard, pretty much, long story short, point guard's talking shit about me because they're going through one guard gets two. Because back then, one gets one, two gets two. There wasn't no, hey, you're the four, but you're going to get the two. There was none of that. One gets one. Michael's there like, hold on, no, you get the two. And Michael's like, no, I don't want the two, I'm getting the one. Was talking shit about Michael and said, no, I'm getting the one. And so Daly was like, okay, you get the point guard. That point guard did not score. And Michael put up, I can't remember how many points. After playing 36 holes of golf, 18 of which competitively with the boys, 18 by himself competitively with his mind, which probably the 18, bro, there just wasn't a Michael. That's where Kobe wanted that. He wanted to be as much as he could like that. I'm telling you. Well, he didn't need Shaq, but he needed another big guy. Tell me, they all need somebody. Here's my point. Who did Kobe make? Kobe didn't make Shaq. Kobe didn't make Paul, right? He didn't make either one of them. Michael Jordan made Scottie Pippen. Go back and look at the tape. Go look. I'll bring it up. It was actually in the IMAX. It's Jordan to the Max. Go watch it. It's a 45-minute documentary. Phil Jackson says the same thing. There's a clip, and they're playing the Hornets in the early 90s. Michael Jordan has Vlade Divac on the baseline. It's either Glenn Rice and they're maybe the same player. It's Glenn Rice. Anyway, point being Glenn Rice and Vlade Divac are on the Hornets. Has them on the baseline. Has palms ball, fakes, goes baseline, banks right off of, it's like a little layup. Banks right. Pippen does it later in the same exact game. Jordan made players. Steve Kerr, you never would have heard of him. Paxson, B.J. Armstrong, Horace Grant. He made players. Made lots of players. I can go through the name. Like Michael did stuff that no other player really did. He made more players, 100%, and played with less. 100% played with less than Kobe did. I mean, Steve Kerr, bro, I know he's a coach and all. Go look at what Steve Kerr was. Like B.J. Armstrong, those were his point guards. His centers were Bill Cartwright, Luke Longley. I mean, it's just, bro. Oh, Myron? Oh, yeah, he could. Oh, no. Myron, no. Go look it up. Myron, they ran a lot. Myron, they scored like 120 points a game, bro. No. Myron, I know. Trust me. No, I promise you, bro. I know you're old school. Shaq they ran nonstop. No, Shaq could handle the ball. Go look up a clip of where Bill Russell or Chamberlain bring the ball down the court. You won't find it. Shaq brought the ball down the court at times. Like, trust me. I was a sports journalist. I delve in deep with sports. Like I do with stock trading, 90% win rate was a 95. I call out drafts. I'll call out this draft. How about I do this draft and I'll tell you who is not going to make it and who will make it. 90%. I need to be an NFL scout. I swear, if I go through all the years when I bring up the quarterbacks that have sucked from Leinart, and I can go forward from the early 2000s when I started doing this, Dorsey from Miami, I can go through all the names where I'm like, good luck. Now, ones that surprised you that I haven't even heard of. And I actually watched him in college, in a college bowl game, which is Tom Brady. Watched him when he played the Arkansas Razorbacks in the 1999 Citrus Bowl. Came off the bench. Him and Henson. I forgot what his name was. Drew Henson, something like that. Went to play baseball. Then eventually worked his way back to the NFL. Played for the Cowboys for like 3 seconds. Hey, I'm just letting you know, even a guy, and here's my $10 resistance, that I know, again, like I said, love Joe Klein. Joe Klein, and we just signed Coach K, Coach Cal, or Coach, whatever, I say Coach K, Coach Cal, right? We just own Coach Cal, Coach K. I wish we signed Coach K. That would be really dope. I would want him, even though he's older. Anyway, Coach Cal, he brought up a story when he was like doing like all the sports stations here, all the TV stations dropped everything and covered like the inauguration of like Coach Cal as our coach. Like, anyway, so former players, all the coaches were there regardless. He's up on stage, throws Joe Klein under the bus. He's like, so he's at the Nets. Remember when Coach Cal, he coached the Nets for like 2 years. Joe Klein was drafted and was in the 84 Olympics with Michael Jordan. Still in the league, like Michael Jordan for that long, which is crazy to think. Joe Klein had like a 15-year career. So Joe Klein comes in. He just got traded for. Coach Cal, first day trade. Those trades that happen. So Joe Klein comes in. Hey, Joe Klein, nice to meet you. He's like, Coach Cal immediately just goes, like he kind of would be. He's like, hey, man, nice to meet you, but we really don't need you tonight. You know, if you just want to blah, 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 blah. He's like, well, he said, yeah, I could point me in. Like, you can suit up if you want to and hit the ball, but you're not going to play. And so Joe Klein was like, okay, I guess I'll suit up. He pretty much just said suit up, but you're not playing, right? He literally is like, if you want to suit up, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. His starting center goes down on injury, out for the game. His backup center gets in foul trouble within like 5 minutes. He literally, after the second or the third, whatever foul it was, he said, literally, they both did it. They both, after that foul, kind of did one of these numbers where he looked down at Joe, and Joe kind of leaned forward and looked at him, and he was like, well, like Joe, like literally before the game said, hey, anyway, like, not going to play. Luckily, Coach Cal and even both of them were like, well, can I at least suit up? And he's like, yeah, go ahead, suit up, I guess. If you kind of like one of those, like, if you're watching, what was that, Little Giants, like that, like, like old school 90s movie where like, well, you're not going to play, you're not, but if you want to suit up, sure. But then he walks back down, of course he's about to check in, and he walks back to Coach Cal, and the first thing he says when he gets down there, because he never shook his hand. He put his hand out again, his big ass paw, Joe Klein did, and said, hey, Coach, Joe Klein, nice to meet you. I'm your center. And Coach Cal, they both just started laughing at that point. I was like, that's hilarious. But yeah, but point being, Joe Klein was a center for the Bulls and backup. I don't know how much he played those years, but got an NBA championship thanks to Michael Jordan. But yeah, man. Hey, I'm just saying, Michael Jordan didn't really work with any centers. We're talking Joe Klein, Cartwright, Luke Longley, Bill Winnington. It was so funny. I opened up one of that. I don't know if it's the same pack of cards, but I opened up a Kobe Bryant rookie. That's, again, to this day, the coolest card I ever opened up. I used to love collecting cards back in the day. Topps finest Kobe Bryant rookie card. To this day, by far the most badass card I ever opened up in my life. And of course, anyway, oh my God, right? In one of those packs, like in the series, they would do like these autographed editions where it looked like it was autographed. I don't know if it really was, but it looked like a blue Sharpie on there. Probably was just printed, probably wasn't Sharpie. Bill Winnington was the coolest one I ever opened up when I got those autographs. I was like, oh yeah! But yeah, it's like, didn't really work with a lot. But that's the thing. That's why I cherish those teams so much back then. You didn't run and go play for different, it was like Magic was the Lakers, Bird was the Celtics, Jordan was the Bulls, Knicks with Ewing and Starks, it was Larry Johnson and and Zoe, Alonzo Mourning with the Hornets. It was Dominique and the Hawks. It was, Pistons and the Bell. Of course, they kind of fell off in the early 90s, kind of like the Magic did eventually. But then, not the Magic. Magic were, not the Magic with the Lakers, but the Magic were Penny and Shaq. Like every team had their 1, 2, 3 stars, right? I mean, how many times I just named like almost every team had at least one, if not two. I miss those days. Now everyone just runs the different. That's why I love my Nuggets. Love Jamal Murray. Like keep Joke and Murray, the two core badass players. Forgot I wasn't wearing my NBA Jam jersey today. Agba, not surprised, back at it. Yeah, that's why I alerted that this morning. I was trying to remember, and it did dump down for a while. I know Love Chip, you brought this one up earlier, and I had a feeling, and I was right for the longest time, and it was another good short opportunity with that shelf crack on down for more. But now, let's see if we can't get back above and hold the VWAP. But I'm going to try to start remembering these multi-day mover plays that I sometimes forget, because I know a lot of my morning alerts, I'll just alert what's up for the day, what the top gainers are for the day, and I'll forget these previous movers, and I need to start remembering them because they end up being good shorts, or even sometimes longs. Today was a great short, and that's why I brought it up. I was over here on Pally Winnicracker. So a Pally team, again, if you want to know where I shorted this morning, this is all I traded besides Solo, right? Was it Solo? Silo. So again, I told every trader in chat, what did I say? Watch for the VWAP crack down to 6. You can go back to my alerts. I said down to 6. Did anyone real quickly in chat go short with me this morning? Hoops, 0 Day, Myron, Cousin Greg. I know you only go long. Maybe some of you guys went long. Love Chip. I don't know if any of you guys went long or short this morning. Let me know. I love knowing what you traded. So I shorted this right here. Got candlestick confirmation right under the VWAP. Perfect entry for me at 7:30, but then I only got 1,000 shares, and then I didn't get filled the rest of it till down here as it started dumping some more because it dumped so fast, and I didn't get a good entry on the rest of it, which was like around the 7, somewhere in the 680s, I should say. So as soon as it came down in that same candle, I did take some shares like in the 640s, 648, 645, somewhere in there, dipped down again, and I just put a limit order at that point to get filled at 650, and I did. So then it built a shelf. And what do we get? And I told you guys there's more room down, and I scalped it down to 585, 575. I told you guys to take profit. There's round 2. Round 3, 820. I told you guys watch for an 820 fail rejection resistance. I alerted that in my lobby and Dex lobby. Whammy. I wish I would have held longer, honestly, but it's all good. As soon as it got down to the 735, 730 area, I thought it was going to maybe bounce off of this area and pop back up off that VWAP. Should have really noticed the trend line, and that's why I got pissed at myself. I was like, oh, you missed another like 30 cents or so, and it's all good. So then I just put the trend line in and told everybody in chat, because I know Trader 1 asked about it. I'm pretty sure it was Trader 1. Do you think it was going to get back up there for a third time? And I just was in one-on-ones, and so I just kind of bluntly right back out to everyone, said, just to alert, not worried about that. Here's what I'm looking for, the trend line to VWAP crack. So I got in here right around 716 was my entry on this. Wasn't perfect. I could have gotten more meat on the bone, but I got in at 716 here. Still not great with candlestick confirmed, but whatever. It's where I got filled. 3,000 shares overall for my average from the move down. As soon as it hit 690 is where I was just started taking profit in this area. Did go down a little bit more. I had 650 as my target in that trade, but at that point I was 4 for 4. I just took it and was done for the day. Silo. Now we can go back to this. Look how far down. Oh my. I got to start holding these plays. Especially these ones that the VWAP's so far up and we dumped so far down right back to where we came from. And that's where I took profit. Everyone kept asking me where I shorted this. Figured everyone would have saw the shelf. I just was doing so much this morning. I figured everyone would have maybe seen it. I couldn't have said, hey, but the shelf here at 250. I didn't get in till this 240 bear flag cracked. This is where I wanted to get in. It's all good. So I didn't get in till around this 230 mark. And I felt we were fine in the 1 minute time frame under this little juncture right there. And we were. We held it as resistance. And I staircased my way down to 210 and took my profit. Wasn't a lot there, but I went in bigger shares. Went in 7,000 shares on Silo just to make some better profit on that because I knew there wasn't a lot of meat on the bone, but there really wasn't in the end. There's more. But I just would have held this throughout the rest of the day. So really good moves right there. 5 for 5 for me today. All small cap related to. Haven't even looked at large caps really for the most. I mean, I've looked at them, but haven't worried about trading them. So those are my trades for the day. Be killed, no. Anyone else, no. I know most of you guys seem like some of you maybe went long. Like NVIF was one that some of you guys went long on. NIVF. This one that's not on the hit for whatever reason hitting the charts. Starting to crack this 250-ish area now. Good long opportunity. I didn't take it. I said, everyone, watch for that move over yesterday up to 2 and over 2. This could really go. And it definitely had a nice move over 2. Went over 2, held 2, really held 2 here, and then spiked for more. Right now, large caps, what we might get for the rest of the day. I talked about this in lobbies earlier. Making sure I'm kind of keeping track of the YouTube. I have YouTube up today and the chat going. But I could see for the rest of the day in these large cap plays, SPY is trying to pop back on up. But if you look at a lot of these large cap plays, meta, woo, sideways NVDA, sideways SMCI, sideways AMD, pretty much sideways. Now again, the big mover that we're looking for, and it actually is popping up now. And so that's where I would say keep your eye on is just Tesla. Tesla for whatever good reason here. And this leads me to believe that we're going to have good earnings. I'm not going long on Tesla. I'm just speaking on what my trends tell me and what I've seen. And holy shit, look at all those lines. I think Tesla's earnings, based on what we're seeing today, whether they're good or not that good, we're going up. And I think we could pop up to 150, potentially 160 on Tesla overall. I haven't looked at on that. That's why we did, and you got out of it. I know you did. That's why I got out of Netflix yesterday. Yo, who called this though? Who has my ultimate high of the day on Netflix? Who has it? Spit it out now. Who's got my ultimate high of the day? Tell me right now who wasn't money. Who said they wouldn't be surprised if they worked its way all the way back up? Go on. Go on. Yup, go on. I know you're just gonna be shocked when you hear it, and you're gonna be like, "Damn, it really did go up that high," and it did. And I wasn't surprised. Wasn't surprised at all. PIK popping. Hilton says, "Don't leave behind your bonus points on the table," because I'm pretty sure Netflix was 870 or 570, 570 for sure. I may have even gone higher than that. Back up to where was the high from the day before? Right here. At 5, I don't know if I went to 580. I don't remember if I mentioned 580, but I know I mentioned it easily could get back up. And I said, what? I said, where are your longs at? Where did I say your longs were this morning? Where did your Uncle AK, what'd I say? Uncle AK.
Where you're supposed to say watch for move down to 542, that could be your short, or over 560 for the longs up to 570.
Hey. Held that Mark II, went on up even more. I got you, team. I got you. Let's just go. Thank you. Love you. Oh, man. I'm still just so pumped on last night, man. That into this morning and watching it again, because I obviously taped it. You know I had to tape it. And then they would, right. Man, I'm so pumped and jacked up from last night, team. That shit got me going. Oh, that was awesome. Love it. And back-to-back finishes. I mean, can't talk about the Knicks game. That shit was crazy too. Are you kidding me? The ending of that game. I mean, that was nuts last night. Nuts back-to-back finishes. You know. TNT loved that for ratings. I mean, Knicks with that, like, however many points down, like 8, whatever it was anyway. And then the Sixers were just, like, sucker punched and then just didn't know what hit them. Next thing you know, they were just, pants were dropped down on the floor and they were just in awe. Like, that was... And then my game, I'm down 20 in my game. I'm like, I'm literally about to be like, well, third quarter, we got to get it. And then we slowly started getting in that third quarter. I was like, man, it was now or never. And then Jamal, and I saw that, we were watching it again. I forgot about that last night. Reggie Miller calling out Jamal too. It was like halfway through the third quarter, and right when they called him out was the player. He like, oh, there he is, because he went to the hole and then got a layup. And that kind of started getting him going. But yeah, I called out Jamal Murray, and I was like, man, called him out, bro. He came coming. That was a hella good game. 2 good games. I mean, that was just hella good games last night, man. I was... because we had shitty games, no lie, over the weekend. We had a lot of crappy games over the weekend. I'm like, man, it just makes you just not even, just like, man, I like good games. Especially when I'm not a fan of the either team, like New York or Philly. You know, I like both cities, but I'm not a fan of the teams. But I'm like, oh man, good game, come on. You know, because then like I hate the blowouts where I'm just waiting for my game to come on next, and it's like a 20-point lead, and you're like, just come on. In LA, we level the series. Cisco, honestly, I'm gonna say no. It won't happen because of what I guarantee you what happened last night. Here's what I'm gonna call it because I called this in the finals and then so here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna put money on them. Here's what's gonna happen in Game 3. It comes back to trends. I've been watching sport. I'm telling you, Game 3 they're gonna come out hard. They're gonna rip but they're gonna exert too much energy, and then from the energy of being up 20 points, the dagger from Jamal Murray using a lot of energy in Game 3. So Game 3 is either gonna go like this: they're gonna win, then lose Game 4 because they're just spent on energy, or Game 3. Nuggets are just like literally just like in the West Coast Finals. They're going to be spent and come out hard in Game 3. I think Game 3 may have been I can't remember though, but it's going to be like that. And I'm just after that and rewatching it again this morning. That hit me in my head. Watching LeBron walk off and those guys, it hit me after all the me being excited. I'm like, oh yeah, like this is going to be really hard for them. Like this, like LeBron's going to be fine, but not at the end of the game. But he gonna be fine. He gonna come out hard. It's what does everyone else do? What does Russ do? What does my Arkansas boy do? The dude from Lone Oak, Arkansas. What's the white boy's name? What's that little white boy's name from Arkansas that plays for the Lakers? Those guys are gonna be. They've got to come out firing. Like Russ came out hard. So I don't know if that's gonna continue. We'll see. I usually say no. Trend says no. Trend would be like dagger, souls taken out of him. They're like, shit, man, we had them down 20 at home. And so they're going to have to come out hard in Game 3. It's how much energy they have, and do they use it all too much too fast? Like I'm telling you, I've seen it too much. Too often. After that. Now, if it's a normal game, then they just lose. But after a 20-point, and that last second shot, that sucks the souls out of people. Like you guys as traders, and I was there once. Have a losing trade. Then you have a winning trade. We're up 500. You're up 750. Now you're up 1,000. Next thing you know, you're only in that second trade. First trade, you only lose 200. First trade, you only lose, like 100, 200. Like game 1. Second trade, here we go. I'm up 500. I'm up 7. Oh, shit. I'm up a K. We got this. Oh, man. All right, I'm up 7. And you just let it. And like a lot of traders do, next thing you know, you lose that trade. You go from up a K or whatever it is, and then you lose it. And you're like, your confidence goes to like you hate it, right? And then so a lot of that revenge kind of comes in. You try too hard and force. Like there's gonna be some traders that can have an even kill mind. They're gonna, you know what I mean? So that's kind of the mindset is my point. How about that? And that's what happens with a lot of athletes as well that aren't just A, been around for a while, B, have a badass mindset, whatever it might be. Another thing I'm noticing besides NFLX, these upper VWAP bands are kind of flattening out. They've been flat. So just notice that in your trade scene. See NVDA flat. So that means what are we going to do? We're going to channel up. See how NFLX is still trying to go up. We keep running into it. We might even flatten out here soon. But that's what you need to notice in a lot of these plays. Meta, see, upper and lower VWAP band. SMCI, upper and lower VWAP band. She says I'm flat. Or what is it? I'm bad. I'm flat. I'm flat. You know it. Tesla. See, it's trying to go up in the flat. So that's why Tesla, I have Tesla, NFLX as far as large caps are concerned on the board. And of course, we'll continue to watch the SPY over here. I've got Tesla on watch. I've got NFLX on watch, NIVF, and CZU. It's a sweep. Yes, Cisco did not like that. It could be. I mean, what are we, 10-0 on them late, whatever it is here, whatever the run is here recently. It's definitely not looking good for the Lakers after that, just because of the game itself, what that does to players and just humans' mindsets. It's devastating. Not too many Optimus Primes out there in the world, or Megatrons. He's opposite. He's cool. He's good with the loss. He's like, whatever. I'll get you next time. So your thoughts on Tesla running point if you said it already? No, you're good, Cisco. The way we're moving up, Cisco, my man. Now, unless there's just some big reversal, I've been really tracking and keeping up with earnings report since late last year, like the quarter threes into quarter four, now quarter ones now. So this is like my fourth earnings report to really kind of soak in. What you typically get the day of is movement in the direction that you'll continue to go in. And my example for this was Netflix for last week. So let's go to Netflix. And I told everyone we were up that day, and this is earnings day. We were up that day, and then what do we start doing? And then not only do we go low of day, we start testing it. And I'm telling traders right now, if we crack this shelf at 605, and I told everyone in the alerts, under 605 and 600 at Short City. And I said that in my morning alerts, if I'm not mistaken, that day, especially for earnings. So I was like, we got to jump on this. And so this was just one of the, look, we tipped our cap is what I call it, kind of, so to speak, right? The kind of like the term of what we're probably going to do. And I was all over it. So we go from just say 605 crack all the way down to almost 540. That's $60. That's easy, crazy big money. So Tesla, what are we doing here? Give it through lunch, and if we hold these gains and we continue to go up, my money is on calls, just based on trend and how many times I've seen this. I know I want the short, but hell, I ain't doing no short if it's going up. No. I'm not dead set on either way. I'm only dead set on watching the action and knowing underneath 140 here, and especially under 138, this thing's dumping. We're all the way up to 148 almost. I'm not taking that short. Even if it is bad, it's got a lot of traffic to go through. And in my opinion, when you go up the day of, it looks to be good. Now, I will reiterate this, so don't leave or at least come back in an hour, because before I'm done, I want to see where Tesla's at in an hour, and I'll let you guys know what I think really is going to happen then. This is a telltale sign that we're going up. NFL Lex after bad earnings. I say bad, but they just said they're not going to show subscriber numbers, or I don't really know if it was that bad overall. It just goes with momentum. Watch this shit U-shape, and literally by Friday, depending on how Meta turns out, and of course Tesla today, we got our Google and Microsoft, I think it is on Thursday, whatever it is on Thursday, it's Microsoft and Google. We could easily be right back on up to where we cracked from, and it's just this massive U-shape on Netflix. So keep that on watch there. And I'm not done with, like I said, Tesla. We'll be an hour from now. Do I really give what I think is going to happen? As of right now, and where they're tipping the cap, it's going to be decent or okay earnings, and we're going up regardless. Oh, you can straddle at KRS1. I just don't think the movement's going to be there like NVDA. I only straddle if it's going to be like a $50 to $100 mover. Tesla didn't do that. So we go back to Tesla here back in February. Or I should say January. This was the move down. 211. It was like, I guess that is still big, $30. I guess that's still big. That's big enough. But does it do it again? And we'll have to see if round two, because we didn't used to do this. This was the first time, usually this is kind of just starting to happen, and this was the biggest of all the ones last year, what we were getting in February and January. And so, but yes, you can definitely straddle. That's what I did with NVDA. You straddle it, but what you want to do is straddling it. I would wait for a pullback, because if you want a short, I would be hesitant to want to, say if we go up more, straddle a put so high up. It would scare me a little bit. I've done this enough as far as watch charting. Be very careful. Yeah, KRS1, I would imagine $15 to $20. Did we get what we get last time? I don't know, because I think the market is in such an unstable spot. We're not like we were in January, continuing to go up. I kept calling that. Anyone in chat, Cousin Greg, other cousin, Hoops to Trade, Myron, please someone speak up. Who told everyone NVDA was going to 1K? We almost hit 975. Who told everyone SMCI was definitely going to 1K? Probably would go higher. And who told everyone SPY was going to 525 before it ever see a pullback? If you go back and listen to my live streams, I literally called SPY's high on the run before we'd see a pullback. To the mother effing dot. I said it would see 525 before we saw a pullback. I can go find the tape somewhere. I know I said it multiple times, but I literally said, and I said it to Deck too as well, because then he kind of poked fun at me and say, well, where do you think whatever is going to be next? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of doing as best I can right now. I can only, again, see so much of Thanos' crystal ball. Point being, now are we in this U shape? Are we going to form this cup and handle here? I'm in that right now. Point being, you go back into Go back into where we were. Let's go back into January and February. What were we doing? Dun 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 dun. Right? It was still up and away. I know a lot of traders maybe not could have seen that or tell, hey, when's the top going to be? It just was still in a bull mode. Versus right now, we're in a, I don't know where I want to go mode. Oh, that makes sense. And so that's where I'm like, man, I want to do Tesla, but I want Tesla down here. Dude, or Groot, that was me. Still, 10 years after my first Great Dane pass, I still call Groot Deuce. I mean, of course, they're both similar looking. Mafia, I appreciate it, Mafia. So since you did something that I wanted you to do, I want to do something you want me to do. You like when I do ASMR, don't you, Mafia? You like when the only thing you can see is the top of my hat. I missed that NFLX call. It was all good, Cisco. Hey, that's why, and I'm sure you guys come over to my lobby during lunch. And if anything, on earnings report days, come over at the end for sure. I know you got your favorite traders and whatever's out there. You want to be in J-Trade's lobby. Make sure I love my brother, obviously, which I gave him a little shout out yesterday. Tagged him on Instagram. Listen to our Dan England and whatever. I really want to see you tonight. Anyway, love my brother. But I got you covered across the board. He's got you on Spy, I know, and that's when he's really honing in on that and really getting it. If you want anything else across the board, I got you covered. What was my, here's this, Mafia. Please, someone else in chat, because I don't want to have to play it, to let me know. That's why I call you guys out, because I love the responses from you. What was my ultimate high of day on Spy? Because I know I'm starting to remember my ultimate high of days, and we're getting really close. This brain's starting to remember my ultimate and low. I'm starting, like NVDA, where's 0 day at? Where's 0 day at? Hey, 0 day. Hey, 0 day. 0 day! Who called out NVDA high of day? Where was my ultimate high of day on NVDA? Where was my ultimate high of day? It was 506. It was 506, Cisco. 506 or maybe a hair over it. 506 or maybe a hair over it. NVDA's high of day ultimate was that 825 to 830 area. I didn't quite think we'd get to 840, but I may have mentioned it. I'm getting not only better and better at these high of day numbers and low of day numbers, but I'm starting to remember them. Maybe that's why, because I'm getting so close. Yep, Cisco, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Man, we're getting there, team. Because I want you guys to bank. See him down. Let's see. So I slipped in and missed a run. Well, I am done for the day. I shorted all these small cap plays. Small caps were just so easy. And I know maybe some of you guys don't have the equity or the brokerage or whatnot to short what I'm shorting every day. But I urge each and every one of you, and even if it is on the shittiest platform of Trade Zero, I no offense to you guys that are still using it. But NFLX2, by the way, new high of day. Holy NFLX. Shorting small caps, I cannot stress this enough. And I will continue to stress this for the rest of my trading career, it seems like, at least as of now. Shorting small caps is by far, it's not even close, by a very far margin, the easiest, safest, most comfortable, less stressful way to make money in the stock market. I have never been in such easier, free-minded, not stressed out, not worried at all trades than shorting small caps. It's not even remotely close. I have taken thousands of trades in my career, have had over 1,000 trading days in my career. That's a lot, team. Yes, I know I've only been watching large caps for, say, this is my third full year now. That's still almost now 1,000 days of watching large caps. I promise you, and I keep saying this, if 80 to 90% of small caps, and let's just go through the list here. So that plays up and that plays up. This play, okay, is up for the day. Pally, that's now what? Red for the day. Okay, PIK's up. Okay, so some of these plays are up. But I promise you what's going to happen in all these plays is they're going to go down. Every single one of them. Do you see the daily chart over here? I know, well, like they're up now. What has Sisu done? Do you see Suzu floating in some channel between 100 and 125? You don't know. Where's Suzu gone? Look at that daily. Every single one of these, right? They go down. They mostly go down. Now, some are a little different, but that's where you have to identify what to trade, 100%. Where one of them is this, and why I said this morning, Pally won a cracker. Every time this spikes up, you are going to get some pullback. I mean, very few and far between. Like, right, look at that, right? That's what we're looking for. The other shot, and then again, you got to identify, right? So Silo, look at this ugly chart. Every time I see this as the daily, that stock is not holding its gains. 1 out of 100 times it might go. Otherwise, it does this. Now, again, we got to identify, which I know some traders have a little trouble with that at first. But once you do, I'm going to continue to stress that for you guys. The easiest way to make money, if you truly want to grow an account, if you truly want to get confident, if you truly want to build your patience and discipline, small caps and shorting them is the easiest and the safest way to start. Let's see. I understand you can make more money with options, but why not do shares? You can. Oh no, yeah, Switzy, I'm not saying. I never say that. When did I ever say never? I never said that. I never said you didn't have to do options. Either way, I mean, what do you think I did with NVDA? I didn't do options. I did shares. I did shares with NVDA. So 100%, my man. 100%. That's why I did shares. I'm a little scared still to do options. I did options on NFLX, but it was the day after, if you do remember. I didn't do it the day of because, I just, I should, if anything, would have done shares, but $600 a share, I'm going to let that slide. But yeah, do it. It's safer in my opinion. Gotcha. Okay. I was like, gotcha. I thought you were like trying to call me. I didn't say that. But how can I short on the web base? Can't seem to find it. Cisco, I would never, no offense, ever trade on a web-based platform. Can you not get or you just don't want to pay for it? Is that what maybe it is? And if that's what it is, then I'd have to find it because I've never shorted on the web-based platform. I only use the app. Like this Lightspeed Trader Pro or Stir, whatever, they're different little, like those lights, whatever it's called. Trader Pro, I think I don't know. Maybe I'll take a break from options. Be killed. The only time I suggest trading options would be, A, you have been successful trading with shares. B, you can manage shares easily up to say $5,000 to $10,000 worth of an investment in every trade. C, and you've got to check all these off. This isn't just check one off. C, you understand that within trading options, which contract to use, knowing that Greeks can F you in the you-know-where, and if that fluid or that movement isn't fluid and work in your direction right away, and you sit in that trade for X amount of time, well, you get the screw in the you-know-where. You have to factor all that stuff in and know that you're good at each one of those before you can trade options, in my opinion. Okay, gotcha, Cisco. And Cisco, you're going to need a margin account. You're going to need and that's maybe why you're going to need a margin account, Cisco. You're going to need a margin account. You're going to need a margin account. Cash account, you can't short. You have to have a margin account to short. I don't know why they make all these rules. They just do here for us in the United States. And maybe that rule could be all over for shorting. I don't know. But they make all these weird rules. You should just be able to just go in and do your damn thing. All right, Sizu not done. Sizu not done. Sizu here. We've seen this one pop a lot in the past. Again, a lot of the time it pops up. It actually tends to hold its gains. We are breaking back out of that little micro channel of resistance there right around 940, which I'll leave that in. We do need a candlestick confirm out of it. I'll go to a 3-minute time frame and see if we can candlestick confirm out of that range of 940. Starting to realize that I've done well with logo shares. It's just started to... Yeah, big kill. That's most traders. I don't want to run through a list of traders, and I'm not going to, that try to up their game and go to one thing to the next. From doing... even going to futures, right? Because of the prop firm stuff. Oh, it's free. I'll just pay for these $50, $100 accounts, and I'll try... Just paper trade. You can paper trade futures, I'm pretty sure, on TOS and other brokerages. Like... The need, in my opinion, to like have to make money is what messes. I guess people are just that greedy. I don't know. I don't have that. I just want to be right. I have the OCDness in my brain. Like I always want to be right. So my mom would always like, man, you would have been a stupid good lawyer. Like just because I always want to prove my point, right? I'm sure you guys see that in chat when I have certain like, oh no. Here's what it is and here's what I say. That's just kind of like me. I'm adamant about my point. How I'm very, passionate about what I believe in, which I think most people should be. But know that everyone's got a different opinion, Regardless, that's what I think is messed up a lot of traders. Where at first it was, small caps were the thing to do, and you traded small caps or whatever stuff under $5, $10, $15, $20, right? And then if anything, go paper trade it. It wasn't, let's go to large caps. Blue chips, you just left alone. Well, at least that's what I knew. You left shorting alone. You left blue chips alone. Options, whenever I heard of options or futures or do you do gold, all these weird things, or do you do assets? I'm like, you're blowing my mind. I'm just trying to figure out shares. And I mean, you need to figure out shares, not like, oh, I've got it down. I've got 3 consistent months. No. Like, how about 3 consistent years of being able to trade shares? Even if it is large cap, going in smaller, you've got to get that down, and it's got to be for more than 3. Like everyone, again, like I said, JG went with commercial. Everyone wants money. It's my money. I need it now. Well, it's months on months on months. I would tell anyone that first started trading, and I try to tell them all, even if they want to listen to me or not, would never trade futures to start off with. Would never trade options to start off with. If you can't get shares down and go break down a $2, a $5, $10, $15, or even an AMD, Apple, Intel, whatever, something that's not too volatile but does have some movement that you could break the charting down, whatever you want to bring up, I don't care, something from $5 to $100, and you can't trade that consistently on a day in, day out basis, you have no business in options, and you definitely have no business in futures. That's just the case. Just plain as it is. I wish Umar Ashraf was here. I wish Day Trade Professor was here. They would say the exact same thing. All of them would. They like, if you can't get shares down, like I'm telling you right now, even like Caesar. I wish Caesar was here. I'm gonna we'll do another little Friday get together or whenever. Because me and Caesar, we got plans to be traveling the world. He's like, man, we hooked up in New York. Formed a little bond. I guarantee you, Caesar's gonna be like, yeah, and he did. He was He was in small caps. He was with. Anyway, we're not gonna get into this. He was not at futures. Year one. No. He was doing shares. He was doing small caps. Just trying to just let you guys know the truth. It's gonna be that you're gonna make your journey. Like point being, you have track 1, track 2, track 3. You're playing a video game. Track 1 is just a big old oval or circle, like NASCAR. Or do you want to go to track? You want to go to, Formula blah 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 blah. You want to go straight to Indy and Formula 1. If you can't, or the first one should be actually the first one should be like your quarter mile tracks, like the ones that are just a straight line, like in the NRA or whatever those are, the NRA or NHRA, whatever it is. NRA is the National Rifle, whatever it is, NHRA, whatever it is. Anyway, you can't do that. You definitely can't, so. And traders just want to go straight to here. And I'm like, you got to do one first. And then you got to get the oval one down, Thanks for the advice, taking it, by the way. To be killed, I'm telling you. I forgot who it was in chat. They're like, I told them to stop trading, I forgot who. Maybe it was you. I forgot who it was. Stop trading the SPY. Because they're bad. They just could not. I'm like, don't trade it. Cousin Greg in chat. Cousin Greg, which I know I always bring this example up. But Cousin Greg, if you're around, say, yeah. And tell me if you did that, Cousin Greg, if you are around. Maybe you're not around. Because Greg asked me about a couple months ago, he's like, hey, I'm really good at this time of the day, and here's, he's good at longs in this time of the day. I'm not that great here and there, pre-market, I think like power hour, lunch, whatever. Like, forget that. Perfect. Get 85, 90% at what if you're right now only 65 to 75, make that 85 to 95. Quit trying to, don't go other places. Get something down where you're just so good at it. You can do it day in, day out, wake up. Like me, every day with shorting small caps. I can wake up every single day and be like, well, what are we shorting today? No, unless there's nothing to short, but most days I can find something, if not 2 things. That's what you have to find. You have to find that me early on. Bounce plays. I knew exactly what I was looking for, just waiting for the play to show up to do it to. You got to get that. Do that for a year. Do that for a year and into year 2. Once you're into year 2 and you can just wake up every morning and go to work, so to speak, you wake up, take a shower, brush your teeth, blah, 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 put your shoes on, this, that, boom, you're out the door, head to work. That process. But it's that in here. And it's just boop, bop, made money, thank you, cool. Boop, bop, made money, thank you. Boop, bop, lost. Boop, bop, made money, 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 lost, lost, lost. Boop, my money, 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 lost, lost, money, 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 lost. You know, you're losing 20% of the time, that's it. You got something you can repeat. Now then, let's go work on something else. Went to high school with Danica Patrick. She raced, exactly. They all do, yeah, for the most part. Now, some of them kind of, but yeah, I'd say, oh yeah, they all start in those little lower. I mean, again, you going to start baseball in the majors, or you going to start baseball in high school most likely, or college? Even if you never started then, you're going to the minor leagues. If somehow out of nowhere you're just this badass, you're not going straight to the, you're going to the minor leagues. You're going to some farm system to make you better, to get you prepared for the pros. 100%, my man. Danica Patrick, man, that's awesome. She's a little cutie. A little short girl, but she's a little cutie. I didn't mind her racing. I like girls racing. I like when them ladies get out there. I mean, honestly. Kind of, like, dang, hell yeah, beat me, girl. Beat me. Now, again, some sports, it's just the size. I mean, you think about NBA. I know Caitlin Clark and all. Boy, she gets out there with the men. She'd be lucky to score. Like, truly. I know she's got range, and that's where it had to come from. They're just not guarding her on the 3 line, and she can just jack up some Steph Curry BS. She will not be driving to the hole. Like, not happening in the NBA. Unless it's like complete ISO and no one, crashes on her. I mean, there's just some of that stuff where you like, imagine NFL. I mean, there might be a woman or two out there maybe that can go to the NFL. Maybe. But it's like, some of that stuff, it's just the pure size and how massive the men are. It's crazy. Now the driving, I don't even think bowling, driving. I think tennis girls and guys could probably play against one another for the most part. There's certain sports, but there's certain ones where it's just like, unless she is just a 6'3", 280, she just a beast. Stacked, ripped. And then you're going, is that Joanna Man? Y'all remember that movie Joanna Man back in the day? That was a pretty good movie, Joanna Man. See, we were friends, and I teased her for missing so much school. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, though. Oh, she definitely made a good choice. Oh, yeah. School's overrated. School, the main thing you just need to learn is just the simple basics. You get into that high school stuff, you're not going to remember a lot of that chemistry and the whatever physics or whatever algebra you're using and the graphing calculators. I mean, what? I mean, it may somehow help you intellectually down the line that you don't really recognize, but I highly doubt what I learned from To Kill a Mockingbird in English class through senior year and any of that shit I had to supposedly do reports on is helping me. No offense. Not a big English fan. I know how to speak English properly. I learned that 3rd, 4th, 5th grade. Maybe let's work on it here and there throughout. But I'm pretty sure having that through senior year is a waste of kids' time. Let's get into investing. How to properly, spend money essentially. Somehow some class that comes in some sort like that. It's just crazy. I don't get the stuff they continue to teach. I was really good friend. Corey Dillon put up a big 200 plus, whatever, 280. Maybe it was a 300-yard rushing game. I forgot what he put up. He put up a lot of rushing yards one game. He had a lot of yards, I should say, regardless with the Bengals. I mean, it wasn't just one game. I remember Corey Dillon. Sisu still rolling right here. $10 resistance to over 10. We have resistance at 1065. Let's see if we can hold 1040 now. Just like we talked about earlier. 1040, we broke over it. Held it. Now we can, again, see we're going to go right back down into that channel. That $10 resistance, again, nice whole round number. Natural. Not only from past chart history, but also natural resistance. Let's see, how low could NVDA go, Nadia? Got you over there, too. I know Dimpy's already helping. I think under 815, if you're already in, watch for a pullback on NVDA here, back down to this level, into this consolidation right there, Nadia. So essentially 814 down to around 812 would be your consolidation zone that I could see this kind of landing on for right now. Somewhere into this area is where we would maybe get down to. But again, depends on what these candles end up forming here in the end. This one's going to be red, though. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. But we're holding this 816 area. In my opinion, a lot of these plays are probably going to sit out a little sideways for now until Tesla and the earnings report. I would not be surprised if these plays through the rest of lunch, maybe even into power hour, start to find some consolidations. What's up? There we go. We'll go to ES real quickly for you, since it follows somewhat what the SPY does. It's just so easy to break down. So same thing as a SPY. This is your support area right there. I almost want to say 509. 5093. 5093 to around 5094. That's your little... And SPY has the same look. SPY looks exactly the same with this weird little double combo of higher lows along the way. Beep, boop. Beep, boop. So let's see if we continue to create higher lows. If we continue to create higher lows, what's that mean? We're probably going to pop up and push the new high of day. Which at this point, if ES does pop over high of day, we then have room to run to an area we haven't been in quite a while, which is going to be 510. Easily that's going to get touched. Up to around the 5010, up to 5120. So in my opinion, we get up to 50. Oh, man. Yeah, 51. My bad. 5110 to 5120 seems to be a lock on ES here over high of day. And we continue to create these higher lows, which we are doing in the SPY right now yet again, it looks like. I'll go to a 5 to give a little bit more time frame. Yeah. We'll go to a 30. I just want to see that. Ooh, okay. So, again, building that beautiful flag and wedge. What do we get here in the next... I'm going to go 10 to 15 minutes. The SPY, we'll go 25. In the next 25 minutes... The SPY is either going to surge up through to 506 and hit a little bit above it, hit my ultimate high of day, or it's going to get the pullback through 505 and come back down. So then again, the same thing here. This is either going to surge and easily get that 5110, if not 5120, or it's going to crack 5100 down into the support areas of 5095 and 5090. Now again, if we crack 5090 and the SPY cracks down through this 504 mark on the VWAP, this will then see the VWAP as well at 5080 area. It does look like it wants to squeeze, though. It looks like it wants to squeeze. She says, I've got a fitness page, and I do fitness things. I do squats and hammer jacks and do the jumping jacks after I do the jump rope. He was a better baseball. Man, that's crazy. It's crazy back then, too. It seemed like you got more of those stories than you get now, where... Back then, there were multi-sport athletes, where now you don't get as many multi-sport athletes. It seemed like back then it was just everyone did that. And now people just at such an early age get so, fixed to whatever they want to do. And so their parents are age 6, 7, whatever it might be. They're just like baseball and baseball camps, or it's football and football camps their whole entire life. It's like they go to one and they just plug them into it. You don't get the multi-sport ones. Or like Randy Moss is like another one where it was like, he was really good obviously at basketball. And, to this day, of course, I don't know if you guys know, he went to high school with White Chocolate. And so him and White Chocolate went to high school together. And White Chocolate, I'm pretty sure, played football. And it was one of those things where it was like either one of them probably could have went either way. And I think they chose the right path. But, they both were like, they could have went pro in the other sport. Which is just crazy to think those two on the same high school basketball team and football team. That's not fair. All right, we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day. You guys ready for some big fun? Who's ready for fun? Who's ready for earnings? Who is ready for the ER for the Tesla? Oh, it's going to be fun. Oh, I can't wait. I actually will be mowing the lawn. I'm going to try to mow the lawn so I can get back in here in time. I blocked this afternoon off. I do try to do once a week, so I can get stuff done, run errands, mow. I still do all the stuff. I don't have... Next house, it will be different. I'll start paying people to do things. Some things I'm still going to have to do. Like normal human things, like laundry, clean stuff around the house. I'm never going to have a maid or... Hell no. Hell no. Unless she looks like Jessica, I'm not going to go through. And you get my point. And Avery is like, yep, we agree on it. Anywho, I can clean. What's up, Lone Wolf? Coldplay, how you doing? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Yeah, it's either you've gotten matriculation plays up, like Netflix has been nice today. You know, and there's been some other ones. But yeah, otherwise you've gotten the move up earlier, and now we're kind of getting a little bit of that inconsistent mode of what are we going to do and what is Tesla going to do. Nothing too crazy. Got some decent moves. Nothing that I'm really worried about looking to trade for the rest of the day. Sizu still at that 940 mark. Just God, won't give it up quite yet. Small cap plays, you can tell here, really not a lot going on. Sizu would be your main one. Definitely looking forward to this afternoon. I got to get some yard work done. I've got to trim. Got to mow. Well, first I got to pick up the dog poo. Then the yard work. Then it's come back in, check Tesla, see what we got. Just watch it most likely today. Not going to trade it. Then take care of the pack, feed them. Then shower. Then I got to run some errands. Going out to get some crawfish tonight. Going to eat my cat. It's called Eat My Catfish. Oh, and it's so good. I'm going to get some catfish. The catfish shrimp. Fried chicken plate. Oh, fried freaking. Oh, the fries and the hush puppies and the coleslaw. Then it's also crawfish night. So I'm going to just double dip. Mostly eat crawfish, but I got to get my combo plate. Yes, that's right. 1, if not 2 pounds of crawfish coming my way with the corn and the little sausage and the amazing little potatoes. My mouth's already watering right now. Gonna be on fire later though for sure. And then I got to get some of that catfish and some shrimp and some chicken. Just getting in, so you're not going to... Super Buddy, most likely not if we're up this high. Maybe we get a big reversal, Super Buddy, but I want to be low and going down low. What I typically say, like with NFLX, the last one that we traded, I said, well, usually it tips your cap, and the day of, it's going to let you know what happens. Well, that day we were kind of up and then down, and then toward lunch, through the rest of the day, we went down, and I'm like, we're at low of day area, and also an area we haven't been in quite a while, which was under that 600, 605 mark. And again, like Tesla. But we tipped our cap and we went down. Now, does Tesla finally do that and start finally pushing or cracking back through the VWAP in 144? Then I'm going to like to take it. But if it does not, it holds that VWAP in 145 throughout the rest of the day. I don't care if it does go down. I'm not taking it. What's he got here? Cousin Greg, what's he here? What do we got there? What is your record time for cut, weed, whack, blow? My yard's not that big, so I don't know. Like an hour, probably less. I mean, I've only got like a third. I think our lot's only a third or a half an acre. I think it's maybe only these are third acre lots. So, yeah, I can do the backyard, front yard, all that, because I start with the trimming, then I mow, and then you blow. And then, yeah, it's probably about an hour or so. Because, I mean, I when I'm in the backyard and even the front yard, I am walking fast. I bet some people are like, this dude's power walking that lawnmower. Like, because I have a push mower. It doesn't have the little, I want to work out when I mow. And so I don't want the thing to just go for me. I want to actually push it and get a workout in. I'm literally out there, like I said, I'm not kidding you. This is me when I'm mowing the lawn. This is me right here. I'm out here doing one of these numbers right there. That's me out there. I don't have that thing going for me, though. It ain't going for me like that. I'm out there pushing, doing jumping jacks, kind of pushing a little bit further, doing a couple little squats, doing some lunges, and like, who the hell is this motherfucker? What the hell is he doing? You got it, Super Buddy. 0 Day. Peace, you're out. 0 Day, we'll see you back here later. I'll try to jump in right before Tesla earnings comes out. And I know Deck will probably be going live at that point. 0 Day, see you tomorrow morning. Get ready to short some more stocks with me. Some more small caps. And Super Buddy, does that make sense, though? Hopefully, obviously. Super Buddy, did you take NFLX with me? My uncle gave me an electric push mower, and if I don't push fast, it dies. I don't. That's so funny. Oh, it's awesome, Lone Wolf. But, oh yeah, man, I like it, man. I like to get that workout. It's just part of the blood, part of that AK blood. Not touching Tesla earnings. Oh yeah, I feel you there. I feel you, Dimpy, man. But now, because it's not in the right spot. Now, I was right on Netflix. I'm usually really good. I guess we could say that across the board, maybe. I'm really usually pretty generally good now recently reading these earnings. And today, it just, I would be careful with Tesla. It's giving me the kind of Yee. Crawfish. Oh, man. Dimpy. I can't wait for you to come down south. Team, I'm telling you, I cannot wait for the AKNR. You guys are going to have food you've never had before, and you guys are going to be certainly in heaven. Now, I am going to be charging $500 per person just for the food alone. That does not include the $500 learning fee for coming to learn from me on. That's a lot. I may do 1K. I don't know what I'm going to charge yet. I really don't. 0 day. That's that's hilarious from Hangover. No Netflix. I was in chat and missed your alert. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Was not in chat. It's all good, super buddy. It's all good. Well, I'm gonna try to. I'll start doing that too as well. I need to start telling you guys like, hey, spy real quickly. Watch for Trendline Crack is on Trendline. I need to put that on in my alerts to you guys. You know those alerts that I send out. I need to kind of give you a APB, so to speak. Tomas, 3 for 3. That's what I thought, my man. Had teenagers, yeah, right. It only work these days, yeah, exactly. Even if they do it, then I don't trust them to even do it or do it right. Tomas, 3 for 3. So Tomas, then tell me, does that mean you're gonna sit Tesla's out because I'm gonna sit it out? You gonna sit it out because I am? Charge chores, right? Yeah. Or rake yard for lessons. There we go, Lone Wolf. Okay, I like it. That's Tomas. That's awesome. Like, yeah, no, I'm for real. You said no, no, it is. I love that. That's like hell yeah, man. I always wanted that. You know, kind of like that. Like again, you know, where I consider us all a team, all family, right? But I'm Dominic Toretto, or I'm Brian O'Connor, or I'm Optimus Prime. I'm Michael Jordan, or I'm the guy in the middle. I'm Iron Man, whatever. And then I've got all you guys beside me, and we're lined up as a team. Like, nope, if you don't say so, boss, it ain't happening. Like I love that. Like I love being just a team mentality. Is cool, crazy, it's cool stuff. Sitting on your hands, good job, Tomas. I would too. At least as of now. I will let you know otherwise. But again, otherwise, it's slowly. It's already coming. Time flies. We're already almost at the end of lunch here. At least my lunch. And I would stick around longer if I didn't have afternoons, the stuff to run around. Getting dinner tonight. Been wanting to go out for a while. And again, I don't go out go out with the parents much. And that was another thing I want to take them out. I took them out. If you remember about a month ago now, I took them out to eat about a month ago to get some crawfish. And so that's about the end of the season. And that shit is so fire. And I haven't had it in the last few. It's been years since I've had crawfish. And I haven't had to eat my catfish place. And I heard it's really damn good. I gotta have me some catfish. It's a southern thing. Love me some catfish, especially when it's fried right. A lot of it comes with that batter. Oh my god, the hush puppies, French fries, because they're always fresh cut. Down south, none of that frozen bullshit. You get those fresh cut, yummy, nice and salty. Get all that nice, yummy starch. Oh, good God. Even MJ, exactly, exactly. And he had a great one, Phil Jackson. And again, it's not like, oh, he didn't. He was good. It wasn't like Collins was a bad head coach. That was a coach before him. Phil Jackson just ended up being one of the best ever. No one knew that back then. Just to combo those two brains worked out perfectly. And then being able to trust them. And then grow the other players. And, that's what you got to do. That's what a team is. Now I'm just getting super hungry for food. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Either on, like I said, YouTube. I got you going on YouTube. Got the chat up today. I haven't done that in forever. So I got that going. You hit me up because they finally got rid of, like back in the day when I first did that on YouTube. My God. It would just be nonstop bots, and it would be like a bunch of emojis, and please hit this page up at like 87 emojis, and then it would be a link to like some porn site, and then 87 more emojis, but it'd be like, come, hi, my name, or I don't know, just some stupid generic message, and then a bunch of emojis with a link with more emojis. Like, leave me alone. Turning it off. Bye. All right, so we're getting that, again, still overall sideways moving at lunch. Nothing too crazy. I know Finster was kind of talking about that as well. And I kind of agree too, Finster. I mean, hell, we're already down. You look at Tesla. I mean, we're down. We are down. This is where I said for traders to really start trying to average in was in this area down to 100. You think about Tesla, and I know it seems like it was just January, and I know it was just January We are too much removed from when we had the earnings report from the 24th, right? Almost on the dot. Today's the 23rd. And we go all the way down, So it's like we're already in the year recently. We cracked that 160 shelf that I told you guys on the daily to keep your eye on right there. That 160 shelf. Watch for a crack of it. What's that going to lead to? Well, if you're in this channel, what happened when you cracked this channel? Went down. Okay, well, probably then if you crack this channel, and I use the word crack because most people know crack as what? Well, okay, I worded that wrong. Typically, when you think of the word crack as far as going up or down, you would think of it as going down. You don't crack and then go up. You don't have a crack in the Grand Canyon and go up. Okay? I wasn't speaking of the white stuff or the rock form. Okay? We know crack is whack. I'm not talking about that. or butt. I was with there too, Schwitzy. Or someone's butt. Oh, man. I'm telling you. If you guys just edited the way I worded stuff sometimes. NFLX, new high of day, still chugging along. I put over in Dex Lobby right now. I was like, he was talking about options, and I'm like, that's why, even like Switchy said earlier, why you should do shares like I did with NVDA. Still can bank and way less risk. Way less risk. Can manage that trade so much easier. Oh, someone... Schwitzy. I haven't mentioned no Diddy in a minute. Kind of forgot about old Diddy. Diddy. Oh, Diddy. Oh, Diddy. Who got diddied? He got diddied. Poor little kid, he got diddied. Who else got diddied as long as they didn't get R. Kelly'd? Ha! I had to go there too. I had to. With the TDD. Oh, Jeep Beach, baby! Should have some good weather this weekend, hopefully. I wouldn't mind it maybe a little bit warmer for Jeep Beach, but I got to make it out there sometime. You know what I'll probably do? No, I will. Know what I'm going to do, Lone Wolf? What we'll do, I'll make a trip of it sometime because we don't ever go this time of the year. I'll make a trip of it, and I'll take the final edition 392. So, when the final edition comes in, the last one, because that'll be cool and kind of iconic down there. Oh, damn, look, it's a final edition 392. Because that'll be an awesome one to take a road trip in. I probably won't put any miles on it, but for that, I may put some miles on for it. And it'll be a lot of miles to put on it. But maybe I'd do that with the 390. I'd almost want to trailer it down there. I may even do that. Maybe I finally will just be, then maybe that's what I do. Where I get I have a badass bigger vehicle that I can trailer some of my Jeep. Because that's the thing too. Going to some of these events, whether I want to take Thanos. Thanos is our Jeep, and it's right out there, Thanos. Our badass purple guy. That's our one we Jeep with, right? That we'll go camping with, hit the trails with, etc. Thank you, Helene, if you're listening to me. Got a nice call on QQQ this morning. Killing the upper of the high of day and low of day team. I've just been killing these lately across the board. It's only getting better. But that's the thing. then you got to go 8 hours to this event, 20 hours. If I want to go to Moab. If I want to go to Moab, are you kidding me? Moab. I mean, I ain't going to drive a Jeep that far. It's not that comfortable. The 392 is because it's, but then, you know what I mean? But if you want to take stuff, and then I don't want to put that many miles on a final edition. I'm like, I ain't doing that. I ain't putting 2,000, 24, 3,000 extra whatever miles on my beautiful final edition that I want to keep no miles on, to go to some cool event and kind of hit up, so I'm like, I'm going to have to eventually do that I'm going to have to, when I think about it, I'm going to have to get some kind of, we want an RV. So that's going to be the main thing. We'll get an RV and just trailer it eventually. But until the RV comes around, because we want to take the dogs, So I may not even get a vehicle. Avery's always talking about a Sprinter van. We'll need something big because we're going to want to take a lot of the animals with us. And so we've looked at even the type. What's it, Type A or Type C? Type A is the smaller. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to have to get some kind of RV. I don't know if we want to start off with the super big daddy guy and kind of start off with one that's like kind of a little bit smaller so we can work our way up. But that's probably going to be it because I ain't going to put miles on that. Let's see, they got it did hella cool off. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with trailer. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that with the final edition because I keep looking at it every day. Here she is. That's not even the bumper. It's a different bumper and grill on it. It's got a cool side flare. You can't even see the wheels yet. So yeah, I can't wait. This will be the one that I'll be trailering around the final edition. The very last one they make. Well, at least V8 Jeep Wrangler. Got that one-touch sky top. God, that's so money. This window pops out too as well. So these roll all the way down. And this window right here actually pops out. So it looks like all 3 windows are down. Or out, whatever. Just waiting for the scheduled date. Like, hurry up. But the last one took 5 months to go into production. I ordered my last 392 in January of 2022. It didn't start production. Actually, it didn't get scheduled until June of 2022 and didn't start production until July. Didn't get it till September. Waited 9 months to get that bad girl. Or boy, it's Godzilla. It's bad boy. Gonna go boy again. This one's gonna be called Blue Hulk. So there's different colors of the Hulk. There was one time where Hulk got the powers of Captain Marvel and turned blue. And it's pretty much the most unstoppable Hulk there is. He's even stronger than Red Hulk. And so we're probably gonna go Blue Hulk on that one, on the final edition. See, we're looking at Sprinters because they're, yeah, exactly, yep, Lone Wolf. That's the thing, when you got 13 dogs, and then we'll probably be like, oh, let's take the cats too because our cats are like dogs. They won't like scurry out and like run away. They won't go. We're more worried about a couple of the dogs doing that. The cats will never leave so we'd probably even bring the cats with us so like no one has to watch the house. Well, somewhat so. The bunnies, and the turtles, which will be just, my mom can then just go over there and feed, you know what I mean? Then I catch mom like just lounging in the house. She's like, yeah, I wanted to chill at your house at the pool. Yeah, 2, yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, if we just had 2 or 3, even probably 4 or 5 dogs, even 5 dogs, depends on the size of them, you could do a Sprinter, right? You get to that, and again, the size of them, you get to that 6, 7, 8, and then 9 and 10, it's, nope. I mean, the fact that we did 10 dogs in a Jeep Grand Cherokee last year, 10 dogs, a Great Dane puppy, a Lab that's a little bit smaller, one Great Dane that was a little bit more full size, but she's still a little smaller, and 7 littles, I still cannot believe I did that. I'm like, man, that was a man on a mission saying, we're going to take all 10 dogs. Well, I say all 10. We had to leave 3 dogs behind, and I felt bad even leaving them behind. Obviously. Oh, let's see here. We ran into one of the outdoorsy 2 years ago. I drove a Canada from. There you go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, or the outdoorsy.com. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we'd want to probably do that, like kind of like that first. Find one that we like a lot before we go buy one. We've thought about that, but it's just about getting the road trip and time in. But that's what we've thought about. We thought about doing that when we went out to Colorado in last year, but I wanted to take my Jeep and blah 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 blah. Pretty dumb moment. But yeah, that's what I've thought about. I've seen that before, and so yeah, I'd have to go through there and try to find one that looks worthy of us, and then lie to them and say that we're only taking like maybe 1 or 2 dogs, but we take actually all 13 dogs. Because that's what we had to do in the past. Like every time we rented somewhere, I'm like, yeah, we've only got 1 dog, or we may tell them we have 2 dogs, and then we realize that if you label it as a service dog, you don't even have to pay the pet deposit. And so then we would just say, oh yeah, we've got 2 dogs, they're both service dogs. And so we would never even have to pay any kind of pet deposit, whatever. Back in the day, we're like, yeah, they're service dogs. And I'll speak to Deck there. I'm like, would that make swing an option? Like, no, not really, actually. Deck, I made $3K on NVDA. That actually was a ticker that cost $600. Like, I made $3K on earnings on it, my brother. Not at all. Not at all, actually. You're wrong. You can make a lot of money from just shares alone. And then a lot of people then are maybe adding risk to other traders, getting them in options and just saying, let's just do shares to be safe. Let's not do options, because then traders could really get wrecked if you are wrong. I'm like, do shares, please, people. Do not do options. I promise you right now, if you were going to do Tesla and earnings report, please do shares. Do not do options unless you go to an expiration date weeks out. And I please do mean that. Go weeks out. Do not use next Fridays or anything close. Like this Fridays. Don't use next Fridays. Go weeks out. Please. And IVF. Not yet because of the VWAP. I would say under this 230 mark, that's where it probably will start to die off a little bit more, and maybe Sizu will gather the last bit of mob attention. And I'm just going to get rid of this blue line in the middle now and just say that we're floating in between this 165, 170 mark and essentially around the $10 mark. But yes, go back to your play overall. NIVF, gosh, I always forget it for half a second. Under the VWAP in this 230 mark, watch for a pullback down to 210 to 205. That's where it really gets to me less than 50% chance it'll pop back up. Switch Schwitzy, but it still does, or could, I should say. Almost like I feel like I did look at the crystal ball and I accidentally said what's going to happen. And then watch later, you're like, damn, it did bounce off 210. This motherfucker. If it does, though, it's not. That's the last line of defense, Schwitzy. I think once it cracks this, that's when it's done. Is this mark? It still has a little fight left in it at that 210 mark. It's when it cracks that's when you can really start to wave goodbye, whatever. Either way. Are there add-ons on who's right or wrong? Until the would like to drop a sprinkle on the next one. Are there odds on who's? No, I don't think there's odds. It'd be awesome if there are odds. Right now, I'm leaning 65% it's going up. 35% says it's going down. That's just as of right now with 30 minutes left in my lunch. Then what I'm going to do for all you last minute itchers out there that just, okay, I want, and you really want my opinion, don't worry, as soon as I get done going live, my ass is going to run through that back. I'm going to mow, I'm going to get everything done. So then I can come back into you guys right before the closing bell and see where Tesla's at and be like, all right, final opinion. Here's what I think. Where's Mafia at? Because I know you're listening, Mafia. Mafia, on a rating scale from 0 to 100 or 1 to 100, what would you give my intuition, Mafia? 100 being the highest, 0 or 1 being the lowest. What would you give it, Mafia? All right, well, I'll take it. Sold for 2,000%. Oh, just how I knew that you were out there listening. But no, yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. People just need to see how the bad numbers will be, and then they will buy that, or Kathy Wood will have a shutdown or shot tomorrow. Okay, yeah, right. Appreciate it though, Mafia. But yeah, no, like I said, it's just a weird thing that it's gotten to over the years. Do have a weird intuition. I don't know what it is. It's not like it's this mad scientist, but when it comes to stock, I didn't tell you this, guy. So Friday, I get the phone call. Remember, we had the BMW X3 first. That was my first BMW I got. We went up to Springfield, Missouri. Actually, just got it on forgot how we went up on 4/20, April the 20th in 2021. Up to Springfield, Missouri, and team, it was snowing. April the 20th, and it was snowing. I had like 1 or 2 inches of snow. It was so cool to drive up to Springfield in I had a different Jeep at the time, my old Grand Cherokee, to pick up the BMW for Avery, and she was so excited about it, and she drove it home. It's crazy. It was snowing. Well, they called on Friday, saw the Springfield number, and I'm like, on my phone, and the only reason I answered, I'm like, only reason I'm answering this is because I think it's Maurice, and the guy that sold me the car's name was Maurice, and every time I think of that, I think of Steve Miller Band, Joker. I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker. When that song goes, Maurice, wah, wah. Well, so I brought that in. He's like, no, actually Maurice still works here. But we're just calling to give you, your 3-year anniversary. And of course, told him how much I loved it and got the X-Ream competition. Loved it that much. I had to go to the super top. And he's like, man, do you read like tarot cards or something? Because I forgot I said something else afterward. And he was like, man, you're really good at this. He was like, you read tarot cards or something? I was like, no. I was like, people think that kind of straight stocks, and I kind of get that every once in a while too. And just kind of laugh. But it's funny. I got that on Friday. I was like, no, I don't read tarot cards. I'm not the old lady at the night. Oh, call me now, 1-800-888 card. Call me 1-800-888 card. I will read your future. Oh, yes, I see it now, young man. You will have very bad hemorrhoids coming up in the next couple of months. That's what those bumps are. Go check those hemorrhoids out. Oh, those are gonna hurt. Great odds. I'll take 500, please. No spread. Just that's hilarious. Oh, you guys. Here comes in IVF, though. I am watching this because we are coming down a little bit more. Sisu bands are running straight out to the right, or I'd say watch for a pop on Sisu, but the bands are running straight out to the right, so I don't think that's happening. Tesla, what are we doing here? We're finally working our way back down to the trend line. The trend line on Tesla. We are cracking it, I guess I should say, to be honest, right? Yeah, we are cracking it. No, we're on it. We're on it. We haven't actually, well, I guess you could say we are cracking it, but we haven't confirmed below the trend. Tesla's trend line is being tested, though, right now. Tesla's trend line is being tested. What's up, Thomas? Thoughts on AMD? I would like to do shares, but also wanted to see 135. I would wait for earnings to come out, honestly, Thomas, on this to see what we get, if we get more up, or is it going to be, I would wait. I wouldn't be in this right now. I'd wait for earnings to come out. We're getting this inverse head and shoulders here built up on the daily as well. We're getting this across the board, really, on these pullbacks. Netflix is another prime example, even after a pullback. Tesla today, I think, is going to be a big tell-all that if we start to do that even with Tesla, and start popping back up and earnings aren't bad, they are maybe good, whatever it might be, even if they aren't that bad, or even if they are kind of bad, but not super bad, I've still seen bad earnings go up. People are like, well, earnings aren't bad. Why is it going up? Earnings are good. Why is it going down, right? And so I would wait. So if you're wanting to trade AMD, I would wait for AMD's earnings to come out and see what we get from there. Until then, I would not touch it for the long or short side as far as like a swing play. I don't think it's there yet. safer play is waiting. 100% the safer play is waiting. Now, again, it'd be one thing if we're down here at 145 today already, and I'm like, well, Tesla's bad, SPY goes down, whatever. Watch for this. Watch for this then to tank through 145. We're up at 142. There's no way it's going to see below that. So until it does, sit on the hands. Sit on your hands. April the 30th. Thomas, April the 30th, my man. April the 30th. April the 30th is when earnings comes out. And it's actually going to be a pre-market earning release. So it's actually going to be in pre-market. It says right here at 6 a.m. is what it says, Thomas. On April the 30th at 6 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, EDT. 6:30 or 6, not 6, or 6 o'clock. My bad, I'm saying 30, but April because of April 30th. April the 30th, 6 a.m. So it'd be 5 Central, 4 Mountain, 3 West Coast. So 6 a.m. Eastern on the 30th, my man. You got it, Thomas. You got it, my man. That's according to NASDAQ. Just kind of looking over the last few. So we got just about a week away. A week from today, my man. So a week, I mean, that's going to be a crazy morning after you think about it. That's going to be a crazy, crazy morning. AMD that morning, 100%. Possibility Tesla gets a price point where very long positions are worth it. Yeah, I mean, okay, Giovanni, do you mean for the earnings report, or do you mean just like overall for a swing play back on up for like more of an investment multi-week type play? Which one do you mean, Giovanni? Any questions, Sue? Hit me up right now. Let's see here. Oh, we got Mark and chat. Man. Let's see. Mark Y, what's up? Yes, Mark Y, if you're around. Well, yes. Mark finally, yes, got back. Like, okay, after 9 months. What's up, handsome? Yeah, we got my boy Dimpy watching chat for me. Doing good, man. I'm doing good, bro. I mean, come on. I don't know if you did, but go watch how the Nuggets won last night, down 20. I'm super pumped about that, my man. Secondly, just destroyed. Pally won a cracker today. Pally wanted me to short it 4 times overall in the end. So I shorted this beast 4 times for the day. Beautiful short opportunities throughout the day. But, oh, man, anyway. But, man, great. Hopefully you're doing good, right? Yes, maybe. What do you think about Tesla earning up or down? So right now, Nadia, well, like I was saying earlier, right now I'm getting back. I'm almost going to be a mixed bag. It could go up, could go down. Typically on earnings report days, it's because a lot of the big time traders are coming in and trading it, they're going to tip the cap, so to speak, and that's a saying of saying, kind of showing your cards, showing your hands, right, showing what your deck is, so to speak. You're kind of saying, hey, we're probably going to go up. And so at this point, earlier when I first started chatting, we're up at new high of day at 147, and I'm 30 minutes in. I'm really thinking this is going to be it's going up. I don't care if earnings is good or bad. Tesla's going up. Now we're right in the middle. And so right now, Nadia, it's kind of a mixed bag. Could go up. It could go down. And so what I'm trying to do right before I get done going live here in a minute is give you guys my best odds and then kind of give you levels of where it can work through. So here in about 10 minutes, I'm giving you my final take, at least live commentary-wise, of what I feel Tesla's going to do. Try to short it, no short. Yeah. Mine was Pally. This one is always a good short, as you can tell here. I've shorted this thing so many times over the past couple of months. And my other one was, I've done this multiple times today. Silo. And I don't know how I remember this silo because of Hay and North, how many silos there are when I go visit my family in Pennsylvania. Silo City. I was in on this under the VWAP crack and the 240 right here. There's a small little shelf and then should have stayed in it longer. But that was my other short this morning. Haven't touched large caps today. Haven't touched large caps. Nice and orders didn't make a small. There you go. There you go. A smack down to the Kings. Got your Oilers right, Marky Mark. And the Funky Bunch, baby boy. Good to have you back. 100%. But yeah, man, that was a huge. I mean, of course, the Knicks and Sixers game, which I know Dimpy was watching last night. Crazy finish to that. And then fast forward to us coming back from 20 points down super late, at least on the Central and East Coast. And then definitely not too late for you guys on the West Coast at all. But great finish. Buzzer beater for my Nuggets and Jamal Murray, former Kentucky Blue Devil, formerly coached by Coach Cal, and the new head coach of my Arkansas Razorbacks. Agba Myron. What's up, Myron? Start a portfolio. Gotcha. So, Tesla. Let Tesla come down even more if the earnings are bad. Wait for it. In my opinion, I would start averaging in anywhere from the one. Where is it at? I think it's like 135. No, where are we at here? Keep going. There we go. Now we're talking. There it is. Right here, this juncture. Yeah, like 135, 125, 115, 105. It's like every $10, you decide which one you like the most. That's where I would be averaging in on Tesla for the move back on up. We are this huge downtrend that we're watching to get back above at some point. Let's get back into it, right? So you're in this huge downtrend from up here. That's still, I think that's where you're going to work your way back up toward. Maybe you could break it at some point. But I would be looking toward down this $100 mark as my favorite area, man. This is where I would be looking to average in on Tesla. 100%. Crazy all the price splits that we've done. Tesla was never this cheap. It did price splits. It used to be worth $2K. Agba, that's right. Agba, my bad. I knew there was something. Agba slowly U-shaping back around. All these ugly U-shapes within the overall U. I would say, Myron, watch for a short opportunity at 310. Always check the upper VWAP band. Yep. I bet if this spikes up to 310 real quickly, you'll get a good reversal. You know, you got one leg up, two leg up. Watch for third leg up into that upper VWAP band. Short it around the 310 mark. Take profit from 290 back down to 275. SPY. Well, it took a little longer than I wanted. There you go. VB. Miss Fitness Lady. Finally getting your move there on ES. I think it happened, about 10 minutes after the fact that I actually talked about it. But there you go. There's your 5-10-10. Maybe even getting that squeeze up to 5-120. 5120. 5110 just got hit. 5120 is on deck next. Let's see, the Tesla 2K year was... Oh, yeah. Back in 2020. That's right. My mind was getting blown in 2020. Mine was getting blown. Seeing guys making 6 to 7 figures a day that we had. Watching stocks go $200-$300 a day. Small caps were just going absolutely bonkers every day. It was kind of like when the world is ending type thing, where just everything is chaotic. That's about like it was in the stock market. You just were like, what? You got it, Myron. Anybody fun of me making 80K in a few weeks and blow? Oh yeah, that could happen. I luckily only made about that much that year. I didn't blow any money. I luckily did not blow any money that year, but I know a lot of people did. I turned 12K into about 100K. So I made about 85, 87, 88K that year off of an account that I started with 12K. Dawn, is there news on this? That's the question. There is not. Careful with this. This is a pump of some sort. The upper and lower VWAP bands, especially the upper, is still expanding in the 3-minute time frame, which is a good sign. Dawn, I very highly likely this holds its gains. I'd be watching for a short here at this $16.85, $17 area, which we're at now. And then if we do get over that, there's no way we get over $17.50, in my opinion, up to $17.80. No news on Dawn. This is a bigger float play. It is easy to borrow on Thinkorswim. I will not be touching it. This has got to be some sort of a pump. I see no news on it. None at all today. Be careful there with this play. This is where I'd be looking for short round 1. Right around this 1685. Stick right here. This upper shadow. I'll zoom in so you can see what I'm looking at. That upper shadow. So we'll put the lines in. It confirms also from before. And then your next level is going to be right there at 1750. Pump for sure. This will not hold its gains. There's no way that Dawn holds its gains. I don't know why this is up. There's no news on it. You can maybe look to see if Zach Morris is pumping this play up. Oh, Zachy. Oh, Zachariah. Big one to keep your eye on, team, will be Tesla, like I talked about. Agent who not, so we have these 2 random plays. AGEN new high of day as well. This one's been running since yesterday. Literally just continuation right there, and then right on up some more she goes. Dawn trying to get up a little bit higher here. I'm telling you right now, this doesn't have too much more left in the tank. Upper VWAP band right now has flattened out in the 3-minute time frame at 1724. 1725, whatever it's at. 17, somewhere around that area. 1726. It's flattened out right now. Next trader, how many shares do you usually start with on penny stock shorts? Silo, I did 7,000 shares because I missed some of the short. So Silo, I missed some of the short on it, so I went a little bit bigger on it once it cracked this 240 area. But it's anywhere from 3,000 to 7,000 shares is what I'm typically doing. I very rarely go less. When I do go less, it's because it's later in the day. And so I may have already gone 7,000 or however many shares that I'm up on the day. I don't want to risk giving back any gains. I do like the trade that I see at hand. And so I'll go in like 2 or 3,000 instead of 7,000, right? But typically it's in between 3 and 7,000 shares, 10x trader. I haven't gotten really too much bigger than that yet. I'd say maybe some trades here and there I've done it, but not too often. Most are 3 to 7K, 3 to 7K, 3 to 7K. If I love the trade a lot, I'm going 7K. If I don't love it that much, but I want to get a little profit on it, and I feel like it's a must-have, depends on, again, just profitability zone, all that kind of stuff plays in factor upon how many I'll locate, how much I go in. But 3 to 7K is usually typically just the average. Once you're right, you know what you're doing. Like Silo, you go in 7,000 shares. All you need, which I didn't get a good entry on this earlier. I forgot what 730 or something like that was the entry. 733 or not 7. My bad. I was looking at whatever the heck was just $7 agent. My bad. 233 something like that was my entry. It was right around 230, a little bit above it. And so I know I had profitability zone down to 205, so that's why I immediately located kind of what I felt like the most I felt comfortable with doing, knowing that, hey, if I just get 10 cents out of this, I could easily make $700. And I get 20 cents, which I feel like I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to make $2,000 or $1,400, So that's where I'm like, you got to find, so that's when I feel comfortable about the trade. There's some profitability zone there. I'll go in a little bigger. When I'm not as, it's maybe a little more jolty or up and down, maybe a little more wicky than I like, not as comfortable with it. Whatever, those are usually the parameters where I don't maybe go in as big or as many shares. It's always determined before I take the trade. I want to know where my entry is, where my exit's going to be, all that kind of stuff. Dawn, there we go. I had a feeling. Let's see how far it goes down now. Any stocks you want to go over? I'm about to give you my last thoughts for the day here. Marky Mark, Dimpy, Nadia over on YouTube, whoever else. 10X, you got it. Fane, Coldplay, Myron, Giovanni, Tomas, Thomas, Mafia, Lone Wolf, Schwitzy. Anyone else out there? Last questions? Let me know right now. Otherwise, still in the same boat that I was before. Tesla. Not 100% on it, and I would not go. If you're anything, I would straddle it. I wouldn't pick a direction. I'm at 60-40 now. 60% me says it's going up. 40% says it's going down. Levels to work through on the way down or up. Let's go through them. On the way down, we've got to get back to the VWAP in 144.50. Under that, we need to get to 143. Under 143, watch for low of day touch of 141.25. Underneath that to yesterday's low of day of around 138, 139 area, somewhere through here. Underneath that, Tesla should then, with the crack of yesterday's low of day, get to 135, 133, maybe 130. I don't know how low it's going to go. Again, depending on how far we're up when it happens. And if we go up and see some jolting up. Watch over 147 here for a move up to 148, over 148 to 149.50, 150-ish area. 150.50 should easily get hit on the way up. 151, 152 right here is going to get hit. I think we easily have room then up to 154, 155, somewhere in here. Max overall runs, that would be my normal high and lows. My ultimate will take Tesla back up to 160 where the crack zone came from. My ultimate low will take it down to around 125, maybe. Maybe. There you have it, team. There's your levels. There's your numbers. I have a lot of questions for you. Just don't have that much time. Well, Thomas, you can always start right at 12 p.m. Eastern as soon as I start my commentary and just load up the chat with question after question. Otherwise, team, I am out for the rest of the day. I love you so much. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. I know I'm going to be food-filled later on. Hopefully you guys can join me with that. If you do need any help, here's my Instagram and my tube for you guys that need any help with lessons, my live streams, live trades, interviews with other traders. And again, lessons on lessons on lessons on lessons. Been doing these one-on-ones for over 3 years now. Really know how to help some traders out. So if you ever need any help, there is my sign-up link. Or there's my, I kind of reversed those, sorry, back and forth. There's my website and there's my Instagram and YouTube. I kind of reversed those, my bad team. My bad team. My bad team. And last but not least, here is the morning sign-up link. Morning sign-up link for alerts. Whammy. Schwitzy! Have a good one, boss. Mafia, I appreciate you. Cousin Greg, thanks for the love. Attention traders don't use tarot cards. AK doesn't. You shouldn't. Sign up for the morning alerts and wait for him. And those amazing stock trading tarot cards that he sends your way every single morning. Every single morning. Dawn. What did I tell you? Be careful about that Dawn soap. If you drink too much of it, you'll get sick. You'll definitely get sick. CD Sarley, appreciate it. The lessons, Giovanni, good call on Don. Fanny told you we would not get higher than that freaking whatever area I talked about. 10, whatever the hell it was. I don't even know these damn plays. 1750. 1750. Big girls don't cry. Big girls don't cry. Hey, girl. What's that Dawn song? I need to play it. You know what? Just for that, we're going to play that song, actually. That's not the same one, because that one's kind of in my head. Who sings Dawn? The Four Seasons. The Four Seasons. Okay. Frankie Valli. That's who it is. I was like, it got a name. Frankie Valli. All right. Fane, Giovanni, D. Sarley, Schwitzy, Mafia. Yeah. Yes, go away, Don. Lost Boys, Lost Girls. I'll be back here in about 2 hours, literally on the dot, to let you guys know exactly how I feel Tesla is going for the rest of the day. Until then, Lost Boys, Lost Girls, see you back here in about 2 hours. Let's get it, Don. 3, 2. Call her.